Legacy, the African American Woman in Cinema Legacy Award. Dr. Woodhouse, round of applause, everybody. Dr. Woodhouse, on behalf of African American Women in Cinema, we appreciate you for all that you have done. You have paved the way for so many. We honor you, and because of you, we now have the inspiration to move forward in the career of finance. So thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Woodhouse, everybody.
I'm not going to take a long time, but I have a few words. You know, being an individual who served on Wall Street has been an experience in itself, I'm sure you won't realize, especially being a Black female. My experience coming here at this point in my life is it's just been emotional, just upliftment. It reminded me of when I went to Africa for a few times. I've been there, but the first time, and I touched the hollow ground there, and I said, I'm home. I came home. Well, when the plane landed here, and I saw the little sign that said, welcome to Tulsa, I felt that same emotion. I came home. I came home to the people who believe in the same things I do: entrepreneurship, independence, freedom. And I thought about those individuals that came before me. You know, there's Viola Fletcher, who is here, which I can't wait to get a chance to meet her. But I've gotten to also, I knew one of the survivors because I went to Fordham University, and one of the professors there, Olivia Hooker, she was there as our teacher, you know, but we still didn't get it right till I came here and I physically felt it. That's a feeling that brought me a connection, you know, to the idea to be able to meet some of the original people who started this, you know, the Stratton family. Awesome, you know. And so it also reminded me of a little 8-year-old whose father told her to be an individual, to be financially free, you had to have a business. And he told me, yeah, I'm blowing my cover now. He told her that the essence was that he who writes the check is free. That's the power. And for you to have freedom, you have to own something. And so it was cute because my mother used to tell me these stories about how I used to take my dolls. Now, you know, little girls always play house. I didn't play house. I played board. I had a board of directors. And I would line my dolls up. And they would have to identify me. That's what I had, my little talking dolls that didn't say much. I said, you have to say, check JB. You weren't allowed to say no. But that was my dream and my goals, to do something to create a business. And so by the time I turned 19, I had the graciousness and the ability to buy my first business, which was a tax office. And I bought it as an intern from my high school teacher. You take opportunity and you use it. And so I had that great opportunity. And from there, I saw that my people, my community, was not being served when it came down to Wall Street. So the first thing I did was I went. I said, I got to go find out, how do I get to Wall Street? Well, some people jokingly said to me, you take number 4 train. Okay. But I said, I want to trade, you know, and yeah, being a Black female, being a Black person at all on Wall Street. But that was another connection, the knowledge. And so I've taken it, I worked on Wall Street for a number of years, and then I retired. But then that didn't stop me. I needed to be in a position to be able to help my folks. So I came back, and I've been teaching people, especially young people, how to deal with Wall Street, how to invest properly, how to build your financial future. And my biggest challenge right now is to get that next generation to embrace it, so that we can make sure that we have a plethora of financially educated educators in our country to make a difference, not just in one community, all communities, but specifically in the urban community, because that is one that has been left behind. And my mantra is no community left behind. So I accept this award so humbly and graciously. And I, of course, thank Almighty God, and I thank my family and my ancestors for allowing me to be me and not stopping me. To Soul City Networks because Matt McCoy and his vigilance to make sure that we as a people get heard, and that's so important. And of course, I thank so much the African American women in cinema. Thank you very much for this honor as a legacy, and to keep on going. We're not finished. We got a lot to do. As I spoke to the Queen Mother, it's like I'm ready. I'm ready to do whatever is necessary because we all need to be financially free. It's our nature. It's in our DNA. Let's accept it. Thank you.
Our next honoree is the descendant of one of the prominent figures in Black Wall Street, and we're so happy to have her here today. She is the recipient of our influential award, the African American Woman in Cinema Influential Award, goes to Ms. Laura. This is really a blessing for me, and it's really developed my entire life from the time I was a child. And it happened because Aunt Julie, my time, had a birthday party for me when I was about 8. And coming into the child, taking ice cream, and she wanted to give me a present. And she gave me this picture. And I saw this and I said, that man looks like me. And she said, no, Laura, this is my grandpa, this is J.P. Stratton. And I didn't know him, of course, by his grandpa, because grandpa was his son. So I grew up with the understanding that there's a lot more in our lives than we might just think of or just pass our off on. And over the years, I've become a very spokesperson, and I've learned a lot about it because right after I was with my aunt, she said, well, do you know how to type? And I was 8 years old. I didn't type what? And she said, well, I have somebody I want you to type. And she took me to her office, and I'm copying it for doing it. And she said, can you read it? And I read it. She said, good. Now, tomorrow, someone's going to pick you up, and you're going to go to this place, and walk up the stairs, and you're going to be on stage. And I'm like 10 or 6 by that time. I said, oh, okay. And she said, I want you to just read to them what we wrote. And it was J.B. Stratton's story. And because of that, I got so connected over the years that I read his memoirs. I was gifted with his memoirs. Things that he wrote when he was free, when he was on earth, to acknowledge what he's been going through. And a lot of it was what happened before him. What you know is the problem. And it's just so interesting to have history like that and somebody that you've never met. But it's influenced me so much, not only because I was really impressed with the fact that he was so giving, so honorable, so here. And I did and I also had the opportunity in some cases is that these white guys and these things they have kind of a down attitude. As they were walking, they went into a building and there was a relationship between one of the guys who was considered a relationship and this girl one of the elevators going up and down the building. She was wearing these glasses. They said, well, they were connected with her parents were they were together. For some reason, the guys from the to the building, and they were engaged. The cases alleged away was that he had done something wrong to her. And these are the kinds of issues that come up. This one guy, even at that time, and it's time to go. JP was working with to clear out, not to physically clear out all the forms, but to travel and on occasion they were walking and crosses into Canada and says, I'm this man. This is so another round of applause for I have been honored to work with all of my life. So they do not know that they're going to be honored. And so it gives me great joy and great honor to award our African American Women in Cinema Woman of the Year, Ms. Tam Lawrence. After American American, appreciate all that you've done. You are just people to have a voice, and you never gave up in the midst of it all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sam Morris is the founder and CEO of Exposure Television.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay. I wasn't ready for that. I came to do moderation. Oh my gosh, and I guess this is to my parents who are Pan-Africanists, who taught me to fight for something and never fall for anything. And every media platform that I've ever developed was archived the stories of today's Coretta Scott Kings, many Winnie Mandela's, oh my God, Martin Luther King. It's so important for us to make sure that the future, our children know our stories. Our stories are not only in the housewives or all of the TV shows or news segments that you see with us being shot or killed. Our stories are incredible. We are superheroes. Wakanda for life.
Oh. And here's another surprise. I have to say it loud because he's not even in the room, but someone's going to have to run and get him. Our next award is given to this honoree for all that he has done. He got behind African American women in cinema, and he has been the wind beneath our wings, and he made sure that whatever it is that we need, he makes sure that we have it. So it gives me great honor to present to you the African American woman in cinema, distinguished gentleman, Mr. Matt McCoy.
Wow, okay. All right.
Mr. McCoy, you are our dignitary from African American Women in Cinema. We appreciate you so much for having us and making sure that we got that. Mr. Matt McCoy is the CEO of Soul City Network.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm in the back doing the checks up, and I had no idea this was happening. I almost tripped over a few wires getting out of here. But thank you, Sarah. Thank you, African American Women in Cinema. This is a great organization. Hope everybody will support them from this point forward for everything they do. I thank you. I had no idea what to say because I wasn't expecting it, so I wouldn't dressed up. But thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So now we're getting ready to prepare for our panel. The keynote panel is on the role of Blacks in the West. It's a very distinguished panel. We have one of our panelists here, Ms. Carolyn Ross, who is the professor at Langston University. Wave, stand up, Ms. Carolyn. Our moderator who just got an award from us, Ms. Tam Lawrence. We have Mr. Brent Gaskins. Is he here? Oh, Mr. Gaskins' flight is delayed, but he's the actor best known for Coming to America, the second part. So hopefully he'll be able to join us. If not, we will power through. And then we have two panelists who will be joining us virtually. J.J. Goldberger, who is an award-winning filmmaker whose film we screened earlier called Stone Mansion. That was the eve of the Oklahoma riots. It starred Luke Ferguson from the film Made in Manhattan with J-Lo and also The Interpreter with Nicole Kidman. We also have Mr. Stephen Wilson, who is the president of the Juneteenth Foundation, who will be joining us virtually. So we're going to take a 5-minute pause to move our table in the front to seat our distinguished panelists. And we're going to get right into our keynote panel. Listen up. These are very, very rich words that you're about to hear. Then you have an opportunity to ask questions and be able to join in the conversation. So 5-minute pause while we get set up, and then we're going to have the keynote panel. Thank you.
Everything's good over
More important stuff, you know, I don't want to say, but another time. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. And let's give it up for Sarah Renee, the president. Okay, so today I'm having Mr. Kelly Ross, who was a professor at the School of Communication and Broadcasting Journalism at Princeton University of Oklahoma, and J.J. Gilbert, who is a award-winning film producer, and Stephen Williams, who is the president of the National Film Team Creation Foundation, and we do want to say on behalf of Rick Gaskin, who is behind, we apologize for his absence at this time. So we continue on as talks will we will continue on. The Ross Blacks question is, how do we utilize this time to continue to thrive in the West in terms of using film to tell the story? Television is telling the vision. How can we use this instrument to ensure that our stories are not held up in the future and are told to the masses? And I'm going to start with because you are an amazing professor, I declare.
I know that there are a lot of different ways that we can move forward, but I feel like was the women in the African American women and in supporting films and exposing films and producing films is a great way to change everything. This absolutely. And I know that so I'm saying that
and I agree. I do think that producing more films, but being more responsible. African Americans are known for producing entertaining television versus information and educational content, aspiration, showing our children that they can be doctors, lawyers, I heard a young man once say to me, when I said, he said to me, no, that's a white person's job. And I told him, like, excuse me. So I think that what we see in society today is mirrored by what we are producing in television. And I'm going to go to JJ. Would you agree with this? Please elaborate on the question.
I can hear you better now. I was just getting ready to text you, just send you a chat room. I can hear.
Okay, so we're going to look at it. Okay, I'm going to say it. JJ, the question was, how do we create, is there a responsibility of film producers to produce content that will show us in a different light, based on the fact that children hear what they see on television in the films today?
Okay, you have to repeat that, because I didn't hear it. Sarah, can you repeat the question?
Okay, JJ. Okay, JJ. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have a moral obligation. I mean, one of my mandates as I, go through my career is to tell the African American narrative from my perspective. I think I was so talking to somebody about this morning, how the African American narrative has been told from other people's perspectives. And now that more African Americans are in a position to relay our own narrative, it is definitely a moral obligation and really should be a mandate to the filmmakers and people just in the media who are able to relay our, our experience, our narrative in an authentic way. Now, I told somebody today I've never seen the Green Book because I was so angered by the fact that the narrative, the Green Book, was not only important, it was life saving. It wasn't a matter of somebody going into an area where they shouldn't be, and they would respectfully be told, "Oh, you aren't supposed to be here." This could, it could be a life-changing incident if they had gone to the wrong place at the wrong time, and that really wasn't conveyed. So it just made me so angry, and I'm more determined than ever to be a person, who would convey the African American narrative in a really authentic way. So yes, the question, to answer the question, yes, absolutely.
I was just gonna say, it's really an amazing opportunity to teach young students at the universities to produce films. And I'm a student back there too. And I'm just saying that it's great to bring them on into the arena to be able to work and produce
One of the questions I have, Karen, because you're here and you're on the ground in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Why do you think it took so long for the story about Tulsa to come out? What was it that African American kids really? What was it? Was it fear?
Yes, I think that it's really based in fear. And I interviewed some people in this area about a year ago, well before the pandemic. And they were saying that the reason why they didn't talk about it is because they did not want their children and their grandchildren to hold grudges and to be bitter about what
I don't know
happened.
if they didn't have that.
And also, it's really about the pushback that they would have received had they spoken up. And then some people were talking the other day and they were saying, why didn't the people just band together and overcome these things, just like the civil rights movement? But the truth is, the truth is that who did they have to lean on? If there were military forces bombing and dropping, fire bombs or whatever, who were they going to get to help them? The community, how would they get?
You know, here, this is where I want to go with this, because between 1921, we have the civil rights era. We have Malcolm X, Medgar Evers. We have all of these things that happened historically. Why not call on Martin Luther King? Why not call on Malcolm X? Why not call on some of our great leaders to come here to Tulsa to ensure that they were protected. Even the nation is
Because look at the timeline. If you look at the timeline between 1921, but civil rights didn't happen until early mid-60s. So we're still here in 1921. How would they have to help and lead them?
we didn't hear about it in textbooks, high school, whatever the case may be. People were finding out 2007. So why so many years? And you know, give someone saying,
I understand.
why not take a home to the rights movement
I get what you're saying.
and allow for things?
Because, like, I mean, if you think about not knowing how to do that, and being oppressed or placed in a mindset that you don't know how to behave any differently, then it's almost like, how do you know to do that? You see others in other states, maybe in other places, with leaders, but how would this community know how to do that? And I'm not saying that they did not do that, because as you know, that there are leaders in this community that have come up and helped this effort. But I'm just saying, for the 1921 time period that you're talking about, why didn't they talk about it? Because they were under that mindset of that oppression and that fear that things were going to happen to them if they spoke up.
As a media professor, and you know the most powerful tool that we have is media. Media has the ability to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent. Using this device now today, when they show self and they walk across the bridge and watch dogs attack people and pose and the beatings and all of this, at that time, I wonder if I never see in any book where we can parallel what happened here in Tulsa, even from some of the media clips, or them talking about it, itself with the civil rights era. And so I'm trying to figure out where is the disconnect in the communication and how we put it in media and film and footage to create some type of alliance.
True, that's very true. I would like to ask some audience members if you would like to chime in if you have an answer to this. But what I would say too is back to not knowing and not knowing how to move forward from like a tragedy like this one. It's like not knowing how to move from that. Even though, like I said, you're seeing other states or people with the civil rights leaders, but then how would you know? And then think back to, if you didn't know what your parents or your grandparents or relatives went through, how would you know to contact civil rights leaders and say, hey, this happened to our community? If we didn't know about it and no one talked about it, how would they know to ask?
And again, this is how powerful media is. Would you all agree? Media has the ability to change the trajectory. I'm watching Charlie Wilson on a CNN docuseries, and he stated that there was a woman, Miss Hattie, that took care of him as a child and raised him, and she said, don't tell the story, it's gone dead and gone. He also equated that Gap Band is after Greenwood, Archer, and Palm. And he also brought back the fact that he made a record, but they had to hide. You dropped a bomb on me, was about this particular situation. So that doesn't educate, not included to believing that people were not trying to speak out. They just didn't know who to speak to.
Yeah, I agree.
Sometimes we run from something, but we really want to. So we need to the truth. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I have a lot of in the last couple of weeks, you know, this talk about things. We hear a lot about justification, you know, justification. What does that look like? How do we know what you're about?
In order for us to get justification in Tulsa, you would have to change the word riot to massacre. And until then,
there will be no justification for it. This is the largest Holocaust, and it is, I would never try to parallel the two from the Jews to the African Americans, but for some odd reason they left out that this is one of the largest massacres, and it was more than 300 bodies that were lost. And so we have to do an account for these people and find these grave sites and be able to put them to rest properly. So this commitment that we have today is really just us coming together, but hopefully we will continue the journey. But I am going to get back to film.
Okay, and so, you're asking what does justification look like? Okay, so you know that in business, there's racism, right? So part of justification could be not allowing that behavior to thrive in business, in the workplace. There is a young lady who just, I was gonna say maybe a couple of weeks ago, if you can hear me, I don't know if you can hear me. She gave her testimony on YouTube about how she was treated, and she works for one of the TV stations in the Oklahoma City market. So I'm saying with all of this racism in the workplace, how can you have justification? So I'm saying with working on the racism part, that would be part of justification for people, allowing them to work and do well in the workplace.
What I understand is that I can and that's what will happen. It doesn't happen. I would be here.
I think if we treat racism as a mental health issue, then we will then address the true root of the problem.
There's a gentleman that is focused on and this is my personal opinion. But I'm not sure he said, all the problem that really strong. You know, maybe black community and whites and Hispanics, whoever else was required to come in. That would be a great thing.
I believe that mentorship is needed, but when you have layers of trauma in that who's coaching the coaches and who's mentoring who, we have to first start to go within and heal. I mean, we've gone through hundreds of years of oppression and systematic racism. It's very difficult for us to sit at the same table and have that conversation when we were infused into a community without even finding out our identity. So when Martin Luther King in his last speech, he said that I believe I led my people into a burning building. So as such, I say that we have been integrated, and it's okay. I'm not against white. I'm not against white people, Hispanic people, whatever. I think that black people need to first find out who we are before we can sit at the table and really call it intertwined. I think that was incorrect to go into a situation where we gave up on our own restaurants. We started to outsource our dollars to other communities. Everything was better than black. We stopped going to our own movie theaters. And so I think when we talk about ownership, financial literacy, and economics, we don't suffer from PTSD. I believe we're suffering from an economic trauma in the black community. So if we want to go there, we have to put education and aspiration together. What are we fighting for? Why would I vote if it doesn't impact my community? Why would I go get a high school education if I'm not going to get a job because I can be discriminated against because I have grades or, whatever the case may be? This is what our children are up against. And so until we sit down and decide that we are homeless in America, no matter what we do here, we are homeless in this place. It is a monarchy that was built on Elizabethan and Roman Catholic soil. So when black people came decided, oh, we needed to sit at the same Fort counter. We had made a decision that then placed us in a position that we will always be at the low of the totem pole. So we have to position ourselves now to say who we are as a people and sit down and conversate. Let's get rid of, we have some trauma and some issues we need to face first, I think. And that needs to happen before we can get toward anybody, because the sick can't help the sick.
And that's part of what I was trying to get at with the justification of how far to go. It's like, stop some of the things that were happening or are happening. Then we can start justifying things.
I think having this one thing here, right away. That has the background.
Comparing, when you wake up every other day, there's somebody, whether it's black or police. When I'm watching modern day pictures and seeing Karen Billy Holiday and my parents, strange paintings of trees all over again, we back to the same place. So we have to first figure out how to, the root of the problem. Yeah, I think that's going to come from our community. Really saying to ourselves that we have to become delusional and thinking that there is fairness in America for us until we decide how to stand up on our own. And that's going to have to be an internal thing, not an external. Nobody can come along and give us anything to fix that situation. I think black people as a whole have to fix it ourselves.
Justification is two things. Number one, everybody that's from African American descent demand reparation without any question. Reparation, this justification also is this. Everybody that's white quit playing games with black folk in America and say, wait a minute, if you really on my side, if you really want to stop it, we're gonna push reparation, and we're gonna ensure that this whole strip has money, it's been refurbished, renovated, remodeled, and everybody black got at least $300,000 in their pocket. That's justification. All this other stuff, quit playing with this here. Let's be real. Look, if you white, you don't tell me what your dollar is. Get up, go downtown, go to Washington, D.C., and tell Joe Biden or Trump or whoever it is, give them folks their money that they deserve. That's all we need some money. Quit playing, don't play with that. We need money, and I ain't gonna play with it. I'm just saying on with you.
And I appreciate you for being on that. How do we get to work to give people money? You have to educate them on how to spend that money. So I'm still going to go back to education. So definitely, thank you so much for your thing. Let us go back to how that can change the society in which the trajectory of how we see it. I look at it sometimes that people don't know how to converse with us. So through film, if we are able to create that document, then other racists and other people can say, oh, this is why Tanya talks so loud, or this is why black people want to their hair, or whatever the case is. I think that we have a responsibility to create content that will help educate people on our culture, so that there is, because the news tells a particular story every time. Shaquan, who just shot up the building, they never cover the story. Keisha, who just started up a beautiful restaurant, has a wonderful, amazing business. We have to also determine where we consume our content about one another. Is that correct?
I do agree. But that's why I'm talking about educating the youth and the college students. I know that Disney started a launch pad where they're having people of different races produce short films. And I feel like
That camera's not working.
You know, and I love podcasts.
No, I can see it, but it's not. It's not, whatever that camera is, it's not fixed.
Yeah, this one's one well. Which one? Take the show and drop a conversation, and then you put it from so many different directions. And it's allowing us to be more.
Yeah.
I think so, but the reason why I wish that we could hear from Jan is because she's one of the producers of film. And she hear her, she's
I'm texting her. I'm calling her right now.
Yeah, I can't. I don't think.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here.
We have to get. Okay, you know what, though, Jan can actually call my.
Yes.
Can she hear us?
She can hear.
Jan, can you hear us?
I can hear her.
Oh my God,
Yes.
technology. Oh my gosh. Hey, Jan, so, our question that we were just discussing, and you said, Jan, would be great for this.
because she's producing the Black story, the African American story. So Jan, how were you able to tap into starting to produce?
Ariana's gonna have to interpret because I couldn't hear what you said.
I can hear you.
I couldn't hear what you said.
Say that one more time. I have to relay his message back and forth unless I move the laptop all the way up to you guys.
Yes.
There's a way that she could actually do this. Have her, she can call my cell phone.
Okay.
Here, and then I can have her on here, they can see her on here, and she can get her mic.
So Jan, just call Miss Tam's cell phone.
Whichever one they find.
Okay.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you all for bearing with us as we make a couple of changes, but anybody have any questions while we await Jan? Any questions in the audience? Any
Are
questions?
there any film producers out here? Any young film producers in the audience? Yes, ma'am. How are you as a young person able to talk to African Americans and interview them about their stories?
Build trust first. So I used to be a ski reporter, and now I'm working on a documentary here. And I noticed trying to get Black people to speak with me about their experiences, there's trust, because their stories have been misconstrued.
Right.
By others, and there's like a watch that. And so the thing for me is just getting business cards and networking and talking to people and letting them know I am a person of color, I'm a school woman, trying to tell your story, not someone who's just running into your community trying to escape for a story, but I'm here to immerse myself in your experience.
All right, great. That sounds amazing. What documentary are you producing?
Well, I'm going to documentary on race and I feel so many girls watching. But the thing is, like, well, again, I'm receiving things from her. I used to just run in. I'm like, I'm sorry, I checked or not, but I can't. What's the name of the song? I have my own here, and I'm really like sitting on my steps and getting families and learning stories rather than like, oh, I have free of net and this and that. So it's on the race master, but from the perspective of a producer, of color, from which I feel like you don't get to see that perspective often. I mean, yes, like LeBron James has money, yes, Russell has money, but they're hiring through, and then they're out. But I'm born and raised in a home city, and I didn't learn in depth about the massacre until Mario Paul Simmons moved to home state when I was.
Well, that's amazing. Congratulations on your work, though, too.
So before we even step over there, just to kind of piggyback off of what Lieutenant Mike was saying, this is important for us, those of us who have a love for creating media platforms. Tomorrow, young people will truly need that. Exposure Television Network platform started during the pandemic, and I was like, oh my God, I don't believe I invested in this. Over the time that we were launching back in 2020, we got over 800,000 downloads. One of our young people who interned for the network is now at ESPN. So when you're creating bridges for our children to cross, it does make a difference. Also working at Drake Beats by Drake. So I think it's so important for us to continue to create that. And not only that, but it's, we're Tyler Perry, and you have JJ, I'm on like JJ, that's a child JJ, listen, she's creating content. JJ, is it important for you to have a production staff that is I guess a diverse production staff? And if so, why is that important for you?
Yeah, it is really important. I mean, what I found in Los Angeles that there's so few below the line Black people, people of color, period. And when we're actually, any film could have 100, 200 people on the crew. And not to mention, another producer, a writer, people who are actually the content creators, but the people who are out there physically making the movie. It's important that you have, especially heads of departments, who can bring their creativity. It's like with Black Panther. Ruthie Carter, she won an Academy Award for that. And she had been designing costumes for 25 years. And I think that the reason it was important for her to be on that movie is because she shared a similar vision with Ryan Coogler, because of a similar experience. Not the same experience, she's a different person, but a similar experience, the experience of racism. So that shapes everyone's, every person who is not a white person, that definitely shapes our vision of the world. So I think it was important to have somebody like that in a key department. Also, the women who created, I think these were the first women ever to win an Academy Award, women of color, to win an Academy Award for Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, Lady in the Makeup and Hair. The first people ever. So again, they were it's about authenticity. But those kinds of jobs, and we have to really uh, push, especially if you have white producers, then they're going to go to the people that they know. And, I don't know if you guys know this, but Ava DuVernay, in conjunction with Warner Brothers, she's created a below the line list. Because again, you will get on movies where you have, a black director or maybe a black writer director, and everybody else is white. That can't continue. That just cannot continue. So yes, it is extremely important to have other content creators, other collaborators where people will come.
JJ, what inspired you to start talking about the stories of African Americans? Why is that important to you?
Well, it's important because, first of all, I am African American. So I always tell my husband that I make movies that I can go and buy popcorn and go and see and watch, that reflect some aspects of my own experience. But more importantly, I think that people go to the movies to have an emotional experience or to experience something they've never experienced before. So I'd like to share my vision of the world with other people. I've had the opportunity to do that. And, you never know how your vision of the world will impact or encourage other people, irrespective of their ethnicity. Because I've been inspired by other films, and there have been, black films, certainly the films that were not about black. I've been inspired just about, the emotional journey that the characters. So yeah, it's really important because we kind of see the white male story. So I think it's really time to experience other stories, from other people. I mean, first and foremost, I'm American, but I'm Black American, and that has shaped my experience, and I'm going to share that, good and bad.
What inspired you to do the story on Tell Suffer from Home?
I was about 15 or 16, and I grew up in Chicago. And my dad would get the Sun-Times delivered to our house every Sunday. So every Sunday I would get the Sun-Times, and I would, I would open it and immediately go to the parade section. So one Sunday in parade, there was the story of Tulsa was in parade. I was shocked. I was shocked. And it wasn't, I was somebody who grew up with a very progressive mom, who had a lot of literature in the house, and, a lot of books written by Black authors. In fact, when I was growing up, my mother would always tell us that, the Declaration of Independence was written by guys, was written that all men were created equal, but remember, a slave was holding the land. She would tell us that. I mean, we were 5 and 6, and she would tell us that. So I always grown up with a certain awareness of Black history, but I had never heard this. And it just lived in
some of this true. That's what we mean by when we say all things Juneteenth. It's about understanding your history, about understanding where you come from, about understanding your indigenous rights and personhood in America. Okay? I mean, I know from experience, he's part of the National Juneteenth Observance Foundation, the creator of the 1619 project, the original one. We were key in helping them get that established as African Land Day at Fort Monroe. I love Calvin. He does great research, and he's continued to do research in the narrative exchange, and he's been part of us. So we have to continually push forward and to understand the difference. Hey, I'm on my way to Galveston, Texas. See my cowboy hat? You know, this is Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma. And some people know the difference between Oklahoma and Texas. Oklahoma, where you go get that cow, boy, is where the name came from. Us, go get that cow, boy. Barbecue was us. Started in Oklahoma on the Chisholm Trail. Okay, going from Fort Worth, Texas to Kansas City, driving it. We have to know our history. We have to know the truth. Blacks in the West, we was the West. That's why they called us the Buffalo Soldiers. Born from Juneteenth. It was the United States country before Juneteenth. And after they executed Mac to win in 1867, they became the United States Cavalry. It's not us in the West, we are the West. That's the reason why all these years, every Juneteenth, we have Juneteenth powwow between blacks, Native Americans, and Buffalo soldiers. And they buried the hatchet because we didn't get removal. Okay? That's us in the West. So the story about the West isn't Matt Dillon, it's those cats weren't even doing anything. Okay? The country just got ran over. They saw country over there like, okay, kill him. Okay, we are the West. So that's the new story. So that's why I working on it. So I just know it's never going to happen. I was there and I worked on some favorite show. I was there in the yard to do a hall show. I don't really happen. So this is the next day. Well, we can have time when we learn to have a job. Okay.
Thank you.
It's not going to happen.
Well, that's the issue.
Handed to him.
That's fine. Welcome everyone, welcome to the Soul City Network, where we are broadcasting live in the legendary district of Greenwood, also known as the Black Wall Street. We are here celebrating the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre and celebrating a few of honorary people doing amazing things in the community around the world. So we are surrounded in a room full of great women. And you know, whenever there's a room full of great women, great things happen. So we are here in celebration of the African American women in cinema. And they were honoring one of our greats. And as you can see, this beautiful woman sitting next to me is not only great in her own divine timing, but she's been doing this for a long time. So I would love to introduce to you the winner of the Legacy Award. What is the Legacy Award? The Legacy Award is given to those who have paved the way for those following in their footsteps. So if you don't know anything, sit back, relax, and let me put you on with the one and only first Black woman on Wall Street, Dr. Yana B. Whithouse. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. This is an exciting day.
I feel the same way. So this is your first time in Tulsa.
Definitely. This is my first time in Tulsa as Yana B. Woodhouse. So I don't know where my spirit came from, but I seem like I've been here a few times before, so maybe I'm reincarnated here. But because every time I see somebody walk by, I'm like, hey.
So I know you got the Legacy Award. Before we talk about that, because I think it's an award that's well deserved, that you deserve it. But what was your initial, like, what were you thinking before you got here?
I was excited because this was something that I heard about, read about, got the opportunity to meet one of the survivors, this Professor Hooker. She taught at Fordham University. I did not sit in her class, but I did get to see her and talk with her. But this was now the culmination of it. I'm here. And, you know, as you walk down the streets, you can feel the energy of what was here and what possibly can be here again. All across the world.
This is so basic. I don't know if you guys can see the pictures that surrounding us in this room, but the woman that she's talking about is actually on the wall as well. Dr. Olivia Cooper. And the fact that here we are 100 years later talking to Dr. Yana, and she could speak about someone that's actually on the wall. That goes to show you where we are all moving into a direction, maybe ancestral or divine alignment, divine timing, where we're in a space right now. It's 100 years. It's the centennial anniversary of Black Wall Street, and we have the first Black woman on Wall Street connecting these dots to us as a person. So what do you see? What do you see the future financially for Greenwood?
I am hoping and praying. I'm listening to folks talk about what they wanted Greenwood to be, but I don't see the cohesive movement towards it. People talk about reparations and money, but you got to have a system and a structure. So what I see is that, and I'm hoping that I can participate in some way to be able to get them to come together with a system so that it can't be broken again. I don't think that ever again we will see where the attack will be so overt, but we see a lot of overt things happening in our communities today that need to change. So this might be the pinnacle here to start.
What the legacy of what makes you?
It's kind of weird, you know. I think that you turn around after a while, after years of working, you don't do things to get awards. You do things because you see a necessity and a need, and you have the answer. So all my life has been about business, and then it turned into business and finance, then it turned into business, finance, and then education to educate folks how money works. So the idea that there are people behind me that are coming and utilizing some of my tactics and learning from me, it humbles you to say, when you turn around and someone says, well, I do it your way. I have had folks, I'm sitting there listening to some of the trainees that I have, and you listen to them do presentations, you're like, that's what I do. So it's humble.
So you said, almost like, I would say, you saw there was a need. So what was the need that you saw that allows you to become who you were today? How did you fulfill that?
The biggest need was the fact that when it came down to investing, um, especially in the urban community, the unfortunate part is that the insurance agent always came to our community, but the investment broker didn't. And so when it comes down to learning how money works and how you can invest, it's still right now in our community, there's so many things that are just blatantly not right, not true. We're not building for the long term. We're not building legacy in our community. So for me, when you see the problem is that Wall Street generally, and not only Wall Street, but now even banks, don't they don't even address an individual who doesn't have like $100,000 to invest. Well, the average individual that's not in our community, they may have 50,000, they may have gotten 100,000, but they don't have that to invest, and no one wants to talk to them. There are certain institutions that won't help them at all, and that's where the misnomer is. That's where the problem is. And so the solution is to produce investment advisors who have the ability to show people how to make their money work. Okay, so I can't do it by myself. So I have to find other folks that's going to work with, that I can train, where they don't see a person as a dollar sign, but as a person that they can help reach their goals and dreams. So that's where I come. That's where I see the future with dealing with financial literacy. Everybody uses the word financial literacy, but it means I'm going to sell you something. No, we don't want to sell you something. Yes, we can. But the thing is that if you don't understand it, then you're not going to keep it. You're not going to keep it working. So that's what I see that's what my motivating part was. Number one, my community wasn't being served. Number two was the fact that even those that could qualify weren't being served. And who's going to take care of them better than myself?
So you want to sell their life, right?
I want their goals and their dreams. It's like, what is it? I think it said Martin Luther King said that the average person really dies at age 18 because they stop dreaming, and that the cemeteries are full of rich content and ideas, but we don't see it because by the time we get to that point, someone says no. And there's very few of us out there that are entrepreneur spirits that say, I don't care what you say, I'll make this work. And so that's where I see the change needs to take place. You cannot get someone to inherit your job. You can get someone to inherit your business. But if you only have jobs, and that's where they really took us to another level as a community. We don't talk about building businesses. We talk about going to school, get a good education, and we're going to retire with a pension. And usually that pension is like 30 years, and 30 years you can get this pension. You can build your own pension if you have your money, if you're making money. So that's where I see that we need to change. We got to change. We got to stop selling to our children this false lie. And I know some people hate when I say it's a lie, but it's a lie. When you tell them that they got to get a job, that is truly the journey of the growth. Or better yet, your salary turns into slavery. Someone controls everything you do.
Speaking of, like you said, getting a job and information, as we went around and spoke to a lot of the young kids in Tulsa, a lot of them wanted to leave because they felt like there wasn't any opportunity and there weren't any jobs here. But as a financial expert, as someone who's worked on Wall Street and still working and doing everything and coming here and seeing all, I guess the outside is saying to still see all the potential and with the idea and the dream that we would love to see, we go back to its original essence as a Black district of successful Black people doing amazing things. What do you say to those kids who feel in the district, it's not just Greenwood and Tulsa, but for every other Greenwood community, every other black community that is striving for excellence. What do you say to those kids who want to leave because they feel like there's no opportunity there for them in reference to what you saw?
Right, and that's where the problem is. And I never forget, my mom used to teasingly say, "Give me got you." So if you look at the people that give you something, that's going to get you to a level that you don't need to be. It's going to take you somewhere. You're going to be following something. You need to figure out what's in your spirit. I honestly believe it. As a matter of fact, as believe knowledge. I know that each and every single one of us comes into this world with a certain talent, a desire, a passion. We need to take that and look and see how can we get someone to pay us to do that. But what happens is that we get lulled into the currency game. And that currency game is really just getting a job. I do just enough to get paid just enough that will just pay my bills just enough. We're in the just enough group. We got to come out of that. We got to be able to say, okay, everybody's not going to be an entrepreneur. I recognize that. But those who have that spirit, they need to utilize it, create the jobs for other folks. I never forget in grad school, the professor said so well, he asked everyone who was in there, who came in here to get their master's degree to get a better job. The people raised their hand. I already had a business, so I wasn't really looking for no job. But he said, y'all need to leave now. Because if you're getting a master's, then you need to act like a master and you create jobs. You don't ask for one. Well, that made sense to me. But we still go and get our masters, our doctorates, and all this stuff, and then still ask folks to pay us and pay us our work. Well, they can't, and they won't. So that's what I see is that to tell those young people, there's a group here that came from Chicago, and every single one of those children is a publisher. They have published their own book. They are individuals who are talking about entrepreneurship. That's what we have to do is we have to get our children to the level to understand that you don't need a job. You need to have your business. Or, as my dad said, he who writes the check is free. So that means you need to have a business because you pay other people instead of someone paying you, but you're not less than what you
So as a legacy award honoree receiver, where do you see the two words that's on the table, that's on the street side is reconciliation and reparations. So where does reconciliation look like to you and what does reparation look like to you moving forward? Because we do want to be the phoenix out of the ashes because we already went down in ashes, so we try to come out like the phoenix. So what does reconciliation look like to you and reparations moving forward 100 years on?
I think there needs to be a system for the reconciliation and also for reparation. It has to be a negotiation in some way, shape, or form. It has to be a structure. I don't see handing people money as being a solution. And I know some people will disagree with me. We need money. No, you need to know what you do with your money. Because you get 300, 400,000, a million, a sectillion. Sectillion is 21 zeros after the dollar. You get all that, and then what are you going to do with it? You're going to go out and buy and put it back into the economy. That's the wrong thing. But that's the reality because we don't know any better. We don't know how to make. You get $100,000, then technically within a 10-year period, at the worst, it should be 200,000. That's the worst. But no, we can put our money in the bank. We get a 0.5% or less. The average is about 0.5% in the bank. And so if you use the rule of 72, which is a mechanism to understand how fast your money grows, if you use that rule of 72, you're looking at about $1,400, 1,400 years before your money doubles. So you put $1 in today, you should be pissed that you only get 2 in 1,400 years. So what I see is that there be a system, whether it's a trust or something set up where people of color receive a certain amount of land and then have money that pay off certain maintain it. And so, you know, it's just like when people get divorces, I say, that's nice, the wife got the house, but she didn't get any money to pay the taxes, the more, the interest rates and all that, you know, the interest on the home, none of that was done. Gotta think ahead. So that's what I see, is that there be a coalition put together and say, this is what we need to do to bring forth reparations, and this will shut us up. But this money has to last generation and generation, just as well as this degradation and hypocrisy that has done to us generation after generation. Then we have to come back to the next level and say the same thing. We want this money to last. I want my great, 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 great grandchildren, just like Conrad Hilton's great, great, great grandchildren, love him. I want them to love me because this money was put together for us. So that's what I think. So that goes hand in hand. You know, to me, it goes hand in hand. It's just almost like the same word saying, you know, the reconciliation is the mechanism by which you will get reparation. So you have to say, what was this damage? You know, what was the damage worth? What is it that I should be receiving? How much should I receive? You know, people throw figures out there all the time. What is it that I should be receiving for this atrocity that took place in my family, my people, my blood? You know, what is it and who gets it? You know, just because you're a person of color, does that qualify you? Or is it that you have to be able to prove that you are a descendant from the slaves that were pillaged and degraded here? You know, how that's part of the reconciliation. You got to figure out what is it that qualifies. Once that happens, now we got reparations.
That's a topic, that's an interesting topic that she brought up, because communication, and a lot of people feel that way, like, should it even matter, like, we all, like, one thing, not just from the continent of Africa, we all went through the suffrage, so.
Right, and now that's when you go into a pan-African movement, and by doing so, it's all where the shit stops. It doesn't matter, you know, that's what it was. The shit stopped, and that's when we break ourselves up, because we're looking at each other and say, well, you okay. But they dropped people off in Haiti, Brazil, you know, Portugal, the Portuguese were the slave owners, and they took those that could survive. The last group were the ones that came here. That was the last group. Those were after they got beat down, tore up, and if they survived, they run in. That's why I say is that we come from great blood, because the folks who came across that water for 3 months, 4 months, in all of that dead folks, there were excrement, you know, all the stuff they stayed in, and whatever was left after they, you know, hosed us off, that's what was left. There were some strong folks. We just don't know what we do. We've got to know, and we got to want to make a difference. And I'm going to go on the record. We've got to stop trying to get NASPA to love us. This is getting ridiculous. This is centuries of us going through this. We got to stop worrying about what these other folks are doing and concentrate.
Like, I always say, I really don't care what white people are doing, I'm just minding my own business.
That's it. MYOB, mind your own business. And our business is about building businesses again. Being able to, this awesome place, it just sends chills up my spine to know that this was a place where your dollar lasted in your community for 3 to 5 years.
Amen.
You can't get in our community, especially those that I come from the Bronx in New York, and it might last 4 hours if you're lucky, maybe, you know, but most of the time,
That is a very important point, the circulation of our money. For those who are not noticed to this information, can you break it down for them in like money circulation for them?
make it real simple these days.
Yeah.
It's simple. And I'm going to use something that people can recognize, where I saw the real life of it. we as women, we go get our nails done, right? So I went to a nail salon that had more Asian women doing it because they work. Okay. I sat there because I had an issue with my nail. And so they were soaking them. I was there for like 3, 4 hours trying to get this rectified. During that time, they didn't buy a bottle of water in our community. They didn't buy any food. Everybody came in a truck and they brought them their stuff. Nothing, not even a cup of tea was bought in this community. Okay, so all that money that they're making, they're taking it back to their community, but not ours. They're not spending anything in it. So that's the bottom line is you give them money. Oh, I like to spend money here, but who's returning the money back to their community? So I went looking for Black-owned nail salons that I could go to for people who lived in our community. See, that's that consciousness. So the simple word is that you want to buy and utilize people who are in your community, who will keep the money in the community. And just like here at Black Wall Street, it was everything was bought and sold within the community. Everything was provided. We are genius people. We can do it all. You need to know that you go get your team, your Black lawyer, your Black accountant, your Black doctor. Yeah. And as one of my dear friends, Sean Rochester, said, it's not about boycotting other people's businesses. Stop boycotting Black businesses and go to them first.
With that said, if you back it up, here support Black businesses, and I give God and every you guys to thank you for supporting Soul City, which is Black owned, and here we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of Black Wall Street with the whole Black team bringing this news to you, and it's authenticity and it's pure love. So we pray and we hope that this information you take it in, bring it down to your kids as we sing with the legacy award winner. You let this information be a legacy for you and your family. Before I wrap it up, one more question because we are here. If you could put one thing in the time capsule that someone could come back here 100 years later, what would you put it in?
Oh my goodness, that's a good question. What if I could put it in a time capsule? Okay, I would probably the book that Reginald Lewis wrote, and that is the white boys don't, why do white boys have to have all the fun? And it was about Wall Street. It was about him being the first person to own and head up a trading company. He headed up McCall and Tropicana. We know the orange juice. There was a Black man behind there, and so I think they need to see that that's a possibility.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, my legendary legacy honor being. We are here at the famous Greenwood District in Tulsa, Oklahoma, broadcasting live at the Greenwood Gallery. So stay tuned. We have so much more information, so much more interviews to bring to you, so much more amazing people doing amazing things. So be blessed. Stay tuned. Oh, you guys.
Thank you so much.
Three, two.
Welcome, everybody. We're back. We are broadcasting live from the Greenwood Gallery, and we are here in the legendary district of Greenwood, better known as the Black Wall Street. We are celebrating the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, but out of the ashes, we rise like a phoenix. And what better way to rise than to bring you a legendary herself, where Harlem meets Tulsa and the world meet Queen Mother once again. Welcome, my queen. It's such a pleasure to have you here today on this legendary event, legendary day. But you're more legendary because you make it legendary. So thank you so much for being here with us today. How you been so far? How was your trip coming here?
It's in divine order. And I thank the ancestor for allowing me to sojourn for a reason and a season for the good of our race. And I'm speaking no other than the Black race. And we, for going so many years, over 500 years of enslaved people, and we have asked the ancestors to free us from the bondage of the horror and the terror of the transatlantic ocean of enslaved trade. And so, in the spirit of my ancestors, it was fitting for me to be here and to spend time on Black Wall Street in the Cave Woods. This is district. And it was about finances. Black Wall Street would call upon to rebuild. Black Wall Street with reparation. The world owes us for the greatest crime ever committed against us. And it is a holocaust which we have endured. I didn't say a holocaust, I said a holocaust from Sister Amin, who carried that unity until she became an ancestor. The world owes us as Queen Mother Moore, who lived to be almost 100 years old, and she only sort of brought to our country one word: honey, go get your money. Honey, go get your money. They owe you for that crime committed against us. Honey, listen to me. Go get your money. So today there was a deal made where I cut the deal of my own life of immigration, which is Sister Act, and saying to Walt Disney and to the industry of film that they cannot have me. And so reclaiming my life today as women's cinema and women, African American women, particularly in filmmaking with our dearly beloved sister and our daughter, Tara, Renee, or we could just call her Renee Tara. Do it either way, she would understand who we are coming out of the city in the village of Harlem. So I'm so proud to be here. In the storm, I came. It was stormy. In the storm, the ancestors and the God force brought me on in. It was in divine order, historically, for me to be in Greenwoods. And I lived in the neighborhood, and I came to Tulsa, Oklahoma, came directly here that the plane and the angel guided me. And so this is a journey was meant to be. But the word is reparation, to repair and to rebuild our people from all of the drama and trauma and the pain and the suffering of the people. Now to build in nobility, which they always stood for. their own self-reliance, doing for themselves as our ancestors want us to continue. So I'm here for the new age of Tulsa, Oklahoma, on and where we would disagree is where I am today.
Yes, we are, and we stand on the shoulders of many of our ancestors, and it's good to have you with us today. What was the feeling when your feet touched the soil of Maywood? What did that stir up in you and your spirit?
In my spirit, and flying in alone, and usually the children, the young people accompanying me. And this time I was sent alone because it was a storm that I had to go through to come here. And so coming, I came in the spirit of my ancestors who guided me through the storm to be here. It was raining very heavily, and my flight to come early in the morning, 4 in the morning, being at an airport in New York City, LaGuardia, and arrived in Dallas, Texas, and then on into Tulsa, Oklahoma, and arriving here, I was so moved. My spirit was moved, but the one that joined me in my wheelchair coming through was the man. I said to him, and he kept changing the gates and trying to figure out what gate that you had to go to in Dallas to be able to board my plane. And with the change of the gates, they left me sitting in a wheelchair. And so I'm sitting there and asking for help. Help me, where do I go? I must be on time. I cannot miss my flight to Tulsa. And the man came. I said, Mr. Would you please help me? And he said, yes, I'll be right back. He asked me where I was going. He said, I'll be right back. Well, lo and behold, the ancestors sent me the captain of the plane. And so he's been a captain for almost 40 years. And he said to me, I am going nowhere without you. And you're going nowhere without me. And I said, what do you mean by that? I said, because I'm going to Tulsa. I don't know where he's going. He says, but I'm the captain. And so he pushed me to the right gate, and they brought me in with a captain. And so we have gone. And when I get my private jet, he is on my team. So my ancestors have warned me of the captain that must fly me to Africa. And yes, and I looked at him, he said, Queen Mother, what a joy just being with me, the picture with me, and we had a great conversation about his own family. And he would just held me up on the plane. Everybody knew Queen Mother before she was able to get on my aircraft to come. And it was American Airlines. So the captain now is bonded with Queen Mother to be a part of her team, flying her to Mother Africa. So this is what's happening. The spirit energy is all over this energy here, and had the opportunity of meeting the descendants on the horse and buggy. And I gave them a gift so you would see it on television all over the world, where I placed it to them before they moved the horse and buggy with them on it yesterday. So you will see it. This comes from Ghana, West Africa, as the Queen Mother. So it's just been such an honor of being in this place, which is holy and sacred space of my ancestors, for change and renewed spirit of the people, rebuild, reparations in Tulsa and in the district called Greenwood. The Queen Mother is here.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Queen Mother. The last question that I want to leave you with before a fun question is, you talk about reparations a lot, and which is definitely should be the topic of information that But how do you feel, and not only as we talk about reparations, but as the school system is refusing to talk about race and things that happen with the black people in the school curriculum? How do you feel about that?
It's gonna come about differently because our young people are on the superhighway. We can't fool them no more. And without fooling them, they will become educated because of the culture. And my goal is to get them to glorify them, to start that process of the healing modality, the tradition, the culture, their DNA, the language, and we all enjoy African food. And we start in a place called Glory Island, which I'm the theme of glory. And my ancestors at the door of no return. But now it is the door of return from the United Nations. The ark of the return of the United Nations, the African burial ground, the first historical site is in New York, which I was a part of leading the procession from Wall Street. And so with Wall Street, where our ancestors were sold in New York, and then on Black Wall Street in Greenwood. So King Mother is here for this historical moment.
I remember I used to work downtown, and every time I would walk past the cemetery where it was like the African burial ground, it never really made any sense to me because it was so small, and I'm like, if they would, if Africans could have a land where they could bury their dead, I doubt it would be this small. So personally, I feel like the FBI building and every building that's over there is literally on top of my people. But
And they are, and we felt that with our bodies. And who listened to us was President George Bush the father. And then the backup was the son. And they made it happen. But they had already laid the groundwork to build a building and it stopped in the spirit of the ancestors and our body made it happen differently. Of the 419 reinterment in the African burial ground in New York City. And so that is a historical space of my ancestors as well as here in Oklahoma. The same in terms of the massacre here in Oklahoma of our people. So Queen Mother is just in a memory mode and a spiritual mode of reflection since I have been here. And it's been such a historical time in my life as an elder. I'm now reaching almost 80 years old.
80 years
And
young.
yes, as a humanitarian for 52 years after the United Nations. So Queen Mother is here just to relish in the spirit and energy of my ancestors.
So let's get the last fun question, Queen Mother. So 100 years from now, if you could put one thing in a time capsule that somebody would get to open 100 years later, what would you put in that
I would put part of my $3 trillion that they owe me as a down payment in a trust in that capsule and tell them use it freely. It's the freedom gift that I will leave to my people of my $3 trillion down payment. They can never pay me for the crime they have committed against me. But I would leave a part of that trust for their freedom. Freedom is my down payment of $3 trillion of what we asked for in the atmosphere of life. In the universe for it.
Need I say more? I don't think anything else needs to be said. Queen Mother has said it all. We talked about reconciliation and reparation. She's asking for the down payment of $3 trillion.
Just for herself.
Just for herself.
And they can never pay Queen Mother for the crime committed against us, but they all.
This is why this is important. This is why mass media is important. And this is why Greenwood is such a historical place. It's such a historic space for us to be here right now because it's deeper than just us. The story is longer than we have life to live in. So continue to support Black. Continue to take the trip, take the pilgrimage, take the trip. Okay? Come down here, see it yourself. But regardless, for all the Greenwood in every neighborhood, in every urban city, in every city, we can rebuild and we shall rise and get your money.
That's right. Go get your money.
Go get your money.
Say, honey, go get your money.
Honey,
Go get it.
go get your money.
Tell the president and the vice president, we come into the Oval Office for them to write the check. We know
I ain't gonna drop your pin on that.
we build our,
Yes.
our ancestors, blood, sweat,
And tears.
and tears.
So thank you so much for this city, and I'm your host, Sandy, better known as the Urban Cinderella. I'm sitting with Queen Mother, and she already gave you all the information that you need to get up out your seat and rise up and build and rebuild and go get your money.
Go get your money. I'm the hip hop Queen Mother. I'm a hit you.
It's just,
Go get your money.
go get your money.
Queen Mother.
Okay, Pop. Thank you so much, you guys. Stay tuned. We have so much more coming up, and we are broadcasting live from Greenwood Gallery, and we are located in the legendary district of Greenwood Business District, better known as Black Wall Street. The history continues, so does the story. So, thank you so much.
Stay on the sacred path.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the centennial anniversary of Black Wall Street, and we are streaming live from the legendary district of Greenwood, better known as Black Wall Street. And this was presented to you by the United Black Wall Street of America Inc. and African American Women in Cinema. I know, I said African American Women in Cinema. Guy sitting next to me. All right, so welcome. Today, a lot of people get honored, and one of the honorees is the one and only the man himself, the captain of the ship called Soul City Network, Mr. Matt McCoy, but the distinguished Matt McCoy, because he was honored with the distinguished gentleman um medal award. So Matt. Oh man, this is it's so powerful in so many ways. Not only is you being the only Black network owner, but how does it feel to know you're going to be besides you don't get to the award, but because you deserve it. But how did you feel when you found out that you would be covering the annual anniversary of the Costa Rican?
When I got the call, I needed to say yes. I didn't have to say anything else. I said, I'm there, what do I need to do? I said, I will handle it, I will do it. It was, I think, and being around us and everybody else, we always seem to get stuff. Stuff always seems to fall in my lap, like this, God bless the life. First of all, being here, having the broadcast network that we have in Silver City, having the NASCAR, we're always making history somewhere down the line. Always point history being made, you know. And when I got the call myself to come here for Kenny, I've heard about Black Wall Street. Benny did, knew a lot about it. And I was like, I'm there. Sarah called me, Sarah Renee, asking her for, we did some work with them before in the past, help sponsors that they were doing. Hey, let's call back. See if we can be able to come down and film it and broadcast it. Yeah, it's cool. I want to thank World Financial Group and Trans-America Financial Advisors for coming through and sponsoring it, and I think to sponsor it. And, it was fun to get Yana, to see her get her award. For me, that was the whole thing. I got two, man. I got two things. I went two things. I got to be a part of the experience here, and I got to see my sister Yana get her award. And, today, another one, big one tomorrow. And so this whole experience has been great. I feel good about it. And I'm happy to see it. Everybody's here with us. It's just a joy, man, to be here.
Well, you did get the distinguished award. So what distinguishes you and Soul City from other networks?
I mean, I would brag, but we are the voice of the people. We are those of you who know, I created Soul City to control the narrative of who we are. And I think, especially being here right now here in Tulsa, is controlling the narrative of what Black Wall Street was, who the people was, why Black Wall Street was created. Same reason I created Soul City. There was nothing that's called Soul City. And we'll get back to another day that in North Carolina. But, for me, it's about controlling the narrative and letting people know that you are not just Black, you're great. You're wonderful, you're beautiful, you're talented, you're intelligent. We have so much more than what they show you. So much more than what they show you right now. And so I just want to bring some balance to TV, the broadcasting, and bring technology and all this way, change the way of thinking. And that's been working very, very well for us. We've been getting a lot of news, a lot of uh, conversations with people you will probably never had. And that most Black people would never have based on what we're doing, how we're doing it. But people, we're doing a big project in Harlem. based on how this is Harlem, but being here in Tulsa, and you and I talked about it. Being here in Tulsa, to me was entertainment. It's in Tulsa too. I gotta have a salad office in Tulsa. You know, someone had the world's most iconic black community in the world, Harlem, USA, and the legendary financial capital of the black community, Black Wall Street. I'm gonna have both, and I'm gonna do stuff in both areas. And that's just Harlem and Tulsa, but around the world, around America, around the world. We can do some stuff for people in Africa and in the Caribbean. So I'm just blessed, humbled to be here, to be amongst all these great people and walking the streets that we did yesterday. Talking to people at the fair, and just meeting people and hearing the stories about different things. Being here a couple of days ago here at the Greenway Gallery and talking to people about Tulsa and then in the neighboring area that is part of the Black
So being behind the tag and of course broadcasting, what is the story you want to leave the talk since with and the rest of the world watching?
story I want to leave them with is that it might have burned down. It might have been burned down, but it didn't go away. And it's going to rise back up. It's going to come back again. It's going to be bigger and better than it was. That's what I believe. That if I have anything to do with it, if I have a voice in it, if I have any stake in it, it's going to come back. It's going to bring it back. And not just scared or make sure it happens. That we can just, do for ourselves, and again, we're not trying to exclude anybody. And but we just say, hey, look, we can do this. We can be great. And we can be great. And we can, we can trade with other people. And we can do other things and have people on the board here and, other sitting here in this chair I'm sitting in right now. Like, wow, John sat here, people on the board sat here, Lord Scott is about to come in and sit here. The people that we met, it's coming back. So I'm leaving that with them. Saying, Black Wall Street ain't done. It's just, just close the business right now. Close for renovation. Let's leave it there. Close for renovation is coming back.
So to all the young women and young men, we have Jasmine that is on it all the time, super extraordinary and everything. So what do you say to the young black kids? Because we gotta take them on at this point. This is what we here to do. And so what do you say to them when it comes to media? How do you advise them or inspire them to go into media for themselves or just
Embrace who you are first. Embrace yourself. Then be creative. Be different. There's so much that is the same. Music is the same. TV is the same. Everybody's doing the same stuff. Find your niche and turn that niche into a powerful, large market that seeps into every corner. I mean, you gotta be creative, you gotta be original, and find a mentor. Find someone that you can talk to that can help you start off. A lot of content creators out there. I'm not gonna get a real content creator, probably giving it talk so soon. It's gonna be crazy. But find a mentor, develop your content, be creative, and work together. Work together. Working together. My mentor had so many Dr. Yana you with us. Chris Cameron, he's also my distributor for the Social Network in many ways. Dr. John Bowling, those are my mentors. However, were not necessarily on the technical part of production or anything like that. They were on the spiritual part. So the spirit of who I am, the spirit of what I do, what I know, what I talk about, what I teach, spirituality, and then cultural was it for me. So those were my mentors. So when you have pride in yourself spiritually and culturally, maybe else you find it. I talking about this in the media and in the entertainment. So,
So you understood this English, like I asked everyone else, so if you could leave something in a time capsule 100 years later, we are fortunate enough to come back over here, around, if our legacy goes on and someone else comes and opens this, time capsule, what would you place in there?
wow. Okay, my favorite answer gonna say this. I'm gonna leave a drop of blood of Sandy, a drop of blood of Jasmine, a drop of blood of William, a drop of blood of Dr. Young without, maybe a drop of blood of myself, and maybe a few other people into that time capsule. They can rewrite and create some clones. And repeat this again. You know what I'm saying? Bring us back. You know what I'm saying? This makes us happy. So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, man, wow. Well, thank you so much for that, for calling
Thank you.
Network, the honoree of the Distinguished Award.
I am the honorary MC at the Ernest Cinderella.
Yes, I am. So thank you again for tuning in to this so sweet and we are at the legendary Greenwood District, also known as Black Wall Street. We are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, broadcasting live, continual anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre. Stay tuned. We got so much more interviews coming and so much more information. So stay tuned.
See.
I'm never Cinderella. And like, have you ever seen the DNA? Like, it's gonna dry.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome everyone to the centennial anniversary of Black Wall Street, the legendary Greenwood District Business District. And today, it's been an emotional day, not emotional in a bad way as much as it's been such an experience and so many information being shared, people being honored, and one of the honorees we have today is a descendant of the co-creator, co part of the original Wall Street. Like he came and made Wall Street happen. So he was part of the startup, how we call it in New Day term. He was part of the startup. So we have a descendant with us, Mrs. Lola Stratford. And I'm hoping you guys open your ears and your heart because you're about to learn something. I don't know where else you're going to see it, but so City got it for you. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much. I would like to say I'm not missing.
Okay.
I'm born with the Stratford name.
Okay, so I want to make sure they know you're still out there. So, any gentlemen? Oh, girl, I'm not kidding.
Time's not up.
You didn't hear that. Time is not up. That is the perfect segue into our conversation. Time is not up. So tell us how did you even come to find out that you were a descendant of Black Wall Street?
Well, you know, it happened when I was really young. I was about 8 years old. And my Aunt Jewel had given me a birthday party. And during the party, she gave me this gift. And I wish I had it here to show you. There's a picture of this man. And I said, this man looks like me. And I was only 8 years old. She said, no, you look like him. And I was looking at the picture, and it was J.B. Stratford. And somehow, I just recognized myself when I saw him at a very young age. And after time went on, I mean, I was constantly studying and learning his name and our name. And the more it came, the more I learned and felt secure about what I was learning. You know, I mean, a lot of kids read comic books and so on, but I was really kind of focused on this because my aunt had led me to it. And after she saw my recognition for that, she said, well, I think I'd like you to type something about him. And I'm like, type? And so she put it down, and I'm at the computer or whatever it was, typing with 2 fingers because I didn't know how to type. And she said, okay, now read it. And so I read it based on how she had me type it. And she said, okay, now tomorrow I'm going to take you somewhere, but I want you to remember how you feel about this. And I said, okay. And she said, and when you get there, and when you got there, I had to walk up these stairs and I'm on stage. And then I had to walk up on the box so that I could be high enough where, you know, they had these speakers from. And I'm looking at all these people and I'm like, I just started talking about J.B. Stratford because he lived there and I knew him. And I just told whatever I could for that first period of time. And it's just because I loved my family so much, actually, too, that I spent a lot of time researching as I got older and studying about what had happened here. And even when I was teaching at a university in Chicago, I was helping to produce plays and so on, and I had a script about Tulsa. And I said, let's do this, you know, because nobody was showing up at the theater. And we posted this about the Tulsa racetrack, and the place was, and we wound up running this play for about a week. And the school was happy about it because they were paying a little bit, but so many of the people came that were from here, they had the tags with their mothers to get them out. And with things there, and it opened me to another level of what this life was. And it was so successful that I thought, let me call Tulsa bring my people there. And at first they said, no, we don't need place. And so I waited about a couple of weeks. Yeah, so I got something else I'd like to play.
So how did it make you feel like knowing this story, knowing this is going to happen, and then something that was so successful in Chicago, but here you go reaching out to the thing it happened, and no, they rejected. They just feel like,
Well, I felt that because there was a rejection, and I wasn't really personally involved in it. I was still too young. I heard a lot, I knew a lot. And we brought the play there, and it was so successful there that we wound up not just doing 1 or 2 days shows. So many people were coming again from the university whose parents also had survived. And we made it clear the feeling of surviving kind of lifts you up beyond the losses, And, and one of the very interesting things, because I did get invited very often to go down to Tulsa to talk. But in this one situation, the play was there, and it was a black woman. But there was this white guy standing against the wall, back of the bus, right? And I kept seeing this, and I wanted to talk to him. And while he was there, and he told me the story about being a little boy when this all happened. He was leaning against the fence because the parents were letting him down with the wall. But he said while he was there, he could see these airplanes going overhead and drop bodies in the behind. And we started talking and connecting with that. And he said, nobody would do anything about it. So I connected with him and pushed it through, and it was like last month they had found maybe a dozen bodies that had been dropped down. They had finally, because they were rejecting the possibility that happened. And what had happened was that the bodies of the blacks, the whites had killed, were thrown into the river, and it blocked up the water. And so they took the bodies out, so they could replace the water. The one thing into another, eventually, this whole experience has been astounding for me. And I think that the more connected you are, you can almost feel like we're part of the nature where our roots are growing deep. We're getting stronger. And I don't know the truth is probably the best thing to hear some of that.
and I'm gonna ask, like, being so close and yet so far, what does it do to one psyche? The history is so heavy, but yet so outside.
Well, I think it depends on the person particularly. I mean, because knowing the reality of might what's happening around the world or this doesn't have to do with your family necessarily. That may not be why they're not doing certain things. And racism is something that come up in our lifetime. There's that same kind of feel about the negation between black and white. But I've done a lot of reading and I've done research and I've got some books. And there is one that I found because they had just really put the film again on TV the other day. But I had read earlier on that even while the hotel was still built, the community was still there were people who were shoe cleaners on the street because it was muddy and wet. And there was one young guy who was fairly well behaved, he had but there was also a white girl who worked the elevator going up and down the building from where he was working. And over time, they kind of connected. And it wasn't about black or white, they liked each other, they liked each other a lot. And they had relationships even in her family's home with him. And it was a little bit more relaxed. But then there were people who would come in, I think, from New York or some other state. And they walked to the building and go in to take the elevator where the young girl was working. She operated the elevator. And when they opened it, she and JB were engaged. And no, I won't say JB, were engaged and kissing, and they loved each other. But when she saw him, she pushed him away like he's been attacking her. One thing led to another, they became nothing. Now, so just
Right, and that's like the story you said right now, and this is like this topic, this conversation is so important because as the cost of race the story continues to develop and is being spoken about on so many different platforms, this is the one part of the story. It's really no fulfillment to it, or it's like everybody's like we assume or we don't know or we're thinking where it's like a blank and everybody's filling things in. But the way you're saying it to me, it's almost like this is like the story is being told, like that part is being filled.
Look at JB's memoirs. I mean, I've got all his memoirs that he wrote from the time he was a young boy. I mean, my aunt gave me all of it. I mean, besides the pictures that confused me, I thought that was me as a man. But he had written everything, and his experiences were very deep, and not just JB, but there were others. But he worked for a while with a man who owned property. He had some slaves who were working in the fields and picking up stuff, and they were selling it that way. But JB worked in the house with him because he had this relationship with the daughter, and he was friendly, he was educated, and they had different kind of experiences. And then JB started on the road with the owner, so whatever he had, he would go and help him sell stuff. And they would walk from southern country, but they would walk up, and the first time they walked into JB had learned to read, and he told his leader here because JB had been pulled out as a little baby off a ship of slaves. They didn't know where their parents were, so he grew up with a man. He said, I read the Emancipation Proclamation, you get to free me. He goes, what are you doing? Freeing you. And they walk in and they wind up in Canada. They come back and do the same thing. They walk in, because they have no cars or anything. They step into Stratford, Ontario, in Canada. So he took the name Strat and changed it to Stratford, and that was his name. He became free. He left the family. He started moving around the country and opened schools. He taught kids how to behave. And he bloomed in that way too. It wasn't about trying to be racist to white men or women. He was a very good educator.
So how you said he was a good educator and you said you taught at the University of Chicago. How do you feel with all the laws that they're putting into effect right now to stop the education of race information?
Well, I think the problem is that the people who are trying to stay in control, I won't mention Trump, but they're going to try to stop you from having any opportunity decisions on your own. Trying to keep it as this about package. You can only do what you want. I mean, in my own experience, I was a little girl. I didn't know how to type. My aunt had me typing like this about what I'm telling you, and then I had to learn to read it. And then she put me on the stage to talk about it. And these are the kinds of things that can happen that helps the family without putting anybody down. And I don't think we have the same kind of thing as certain other people might have. And racism, I think one of the major things is to put you back, you know, for them to move forward. That's unfortunate.
What has been the most inspiring thing about your family?
I think the major thing was to teach me the history of our family. Because just being born and not knowing what's going on, I really can't even explain what that might have felt like, because I was being taught by my mom, my dad, grandpa, who was JB's son, and my father was the grandson. And the family just wanted me to understand everything, you know. And I just kept going to college, going to school until my Aunt Julie said, well, I'm going to law school. Law school? Law school? I'm not a lawyer. She said, well, you could be one. And I said, no, I don't think so. I'm not qualified. She said, take the test. And I passed on the test. And I told her, okay, I'm going to take the test before my class started. And I went to my uncle. But she was proud of me for being able to learn the language there and be honest. I've never been a cheater. And I just love my family, you know. Even when it wasn't lots of fun with my aunt, I mean, I loved watching my great grandfather or my grandfather playing pool. And then when he would leave, I learned to shove all over there. You know, I mean, I just love my family.
And I would love my family too. So, something you brought up earlier that I wanted to kind of come back on, because it's happened to a lot of people, especially the descendants. It's not the descendants, the survivors, and even with the cancellation of the John Legend concert happening here, and it's an issue. And I just wanted to talk to you about it and bring attention to it, because a lot of the survivors, a lot of the descendants, they feel like their likeness, their information, their pictures, whatever history or memory that they have of their family is being used and made a profit of, but they're not getting anything in return.
Well, I think that happened to me. I mean, sort of what I said earlier, when this woman had all these pictures scanned from my papers because I was being interviewed outside. I felt the same way, but I didn't know how to protect myself against being used like that. At first, I was honored that they wanted my family pictures, and then you know, my lawyer said, maybe she hadn't paid for that. You know, it didn't happen.
Till this day.
Oh, yeah, I'll say that. Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that? Pay, how Queen Mother says, pay her. Baby, get your money.
But it took my lawyer to say it. You know, I didn't think, you know, when she said that she had scanned all the pictures, I was distracted and I was going somewhere else. So I guess I didn't make much issue of it at the moment.
So being a descendant, what does reparation and reconciliation look like?
Well, I think our family has done real well. You know, everybody is successful, educated, homes of their own, families. It's been good. And we're connected, you know, it's not like we're just totally stay connected. That's a good thing, you know, on holidays to be a part of everybody there. Or, you know, I haven't seen since last year, you know, it's a good thing.
Well, I know, as I can see, as we look around the room and your family legacy, you have already left many memories that here we go, 100 years later, we can still talk to you, we can still look at things with your family legacy. So, from 100-year later for somebody to open it?
Well, I probably would repeat some of what my aunt did because she's brilliant, about making me feel secure and knowledgeable. Because a lot of the stuff she was talking to me about, it was like, I wasn't sure I could even say the ABCs at first, but it gave me something to think about, and I loved knowing the history, and even as the time has passed, for instance, I was just recently at my history teacher's party, he's 200 years old, in Hyde Park, and he was my teacher when I was in high school. And I was just so glad to be there with him. We had the party outside because there's so many people. And I was just so joyful. We were talking, and he and I, and then I was talking to other people. And it was just a real warm, easy way to spend time and sharing the thoughts and presence with others. And so a group of us came to my house afterwards, and we're sitting and playing music and turning on the TV, and I'm on TV talking to all these people, and I'm like, oh my God, I didn't even know that whatever I'm talking about is something that folks wanted to hear more about, and I'm pleased about it. I mean, I've been an educator for a long, long time. And I know sharing things is very important.
Very much so. I mean, we're grateful, we're thankful that you're here and you were able to not only have a descendant, but also an educator, so that way you educate us on how do we keep this legacy going, how do we keep the story of Tulsa going, how do we keep the story of Greenwood going, how do we keep the story of your family, which was a co-founder of Greenwood, going.
Well, I have to tell you, after I got through all the rural stuff with my family and being there when some of them passed and so on, I haven't been able to let go of it. And I have picked up on writing myself. And I've done several books about the family. And in fact, I have just recently, I'm teaching in a school. And the name of the book are I Know My Way, Way Back.
I know my way back.
Yeah, and
This Laurel Stafford.
I know my way, way back. And so I started writing it when I was younger, and I just started to keep writing it, editing, and so on. And now I have books printed, and everybody's like, "Oh, girl, I need a copy of that book. I mean, that's a great book." And I took it to the school where I was teaching recently, and they just gathered it up. And I'm reordering them, and I've always liked writing. I would write and just, I've got piles of
Yeah, I'm a writer too. I love
I
writing.
love-
My notebook is with me right
Yeah,
now.
and my laptop, I'm so full of stuff, like I can't even put anything else on it. And I feel really good about responding to that. And I use a lot of visuals, not just words, because I'm also an artist. And I do collages and I make art. I'm a photographer. I work for Muhammad Ali. I work in the White House. And, I work all over the world. And I was trying to be the international marketing director for a major company. And they took me to London to work. And then I spread out to London, Africa, and Asia. And their money just went up. And I was having a good time and still having a great life and being paid for it. And not cheating anybody and not trying to give them something that wasn't worth it. So I guess that's why I love education so much. Not only as a teacher, but as being here and getting to meet people here, giving me good questions to think about, fulfill myself.
Okay, so this was a blessing. I can't even say it's a sign, but just the amount of energy that this space embodies just being here this moment. And it's, as everybody's been saying, it's like a divine alignment, a divine connection between each and every single one of us that we may continue the conversations of our ancestors and that you may continue the conversation of your great grand, your grandfather, your father, and the story of Black Wall Street, because that's Black Wall Street all over. And so that way we as a people could learn to come together and continue to create greatness, because that's what we were made to
And
do.
it's the same as I was saying about our roots getting strong, you know, and you share it with your children, and you get more powerful and you blossom. I mean, it's the same thing as getting around and getting attention, you know, because we blossom with good ideas, good thought, not like some of these people who are going around now that are upsetting to me. I mean, even counting what happened in someone's recent presidency where they broke into the White House and tearing it up. And then so many kids being killed for nothing, no reason, you know, it's like there's something off balance.
It's shifting, so we're gonna, like I said, when we got here, we're gonna shift in the right direction. We're gonna shift from the action to the feeling. So it was such a pleasure.
Well, and I
to sit
feel,
with you.
thank you so much, and I feel like I'm getting good ideas too from you. Because, you know, there's certain things by having this conversation with people who care about their lives and not just your personal lives, but, you know, people around us, and it's wonderful because there's so much time that you hear in the news and all that stuff, all the negative, backhanded stuff that they don't want to be bothered with. And we can just elevate and look cute in our clothes and our family history and have a look and, you know, and to be happy with who we are.
That is the truth. So I know you making the ancestors proud. Continue to inspire us. Continue to be a legend. Continue to spread the history while making history of your own. And definitely check out her book. I know my way back.
I know my way back.
I know my way
Way back.
back.
So it's not just here in Tulsa, it's like when I was a kid and I was getting this picture, I said, this man looks like me. And Jewel, no, Laurel, you look like him. And I thought, who says a girl looks like a man? But I was so young, I was like, oh, good. I like to smile.
Right. So that's why representation matters. And here at Soul City, we are here to represent you to the fullest, to the finest, to your greatness. So continue to support, continue to stay tuned. We are going to bring you some amazing people doing amazing things. And we are here at the legendary Greenwood, the business district in Tulsa, Oklahoma, better known as Black Wall Street, with one of the descendants of. So, last name, Blackbird. Thank you so much. I'm your host, the Urban Cinema of the Station. We got so much more coming. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre in the legendary business district of Greenwood, better known as Black Wall Street, where legendary things have happened and legendary things are still happening. And Soul City is proud to be streaming, broadcasting live at the legendary Greenwood Gallery. So with us, we have Mr. Michael, who has something amazing for you. This is Black Wall Street, right? So we're going to bring you Black people doing amazing things. So if you are a fan of Facebook, Instagram, and all that other stuff you got going on, and you are people of color, stay tuned because we have something for you, Mr. Michael. Let them know. There's their truth, there's the other truth, and then there is our truth.
Hey, thank you for the introduction.
Right. So as far as like me, I just met you. I think I met near the mule,
Exactly.
near the mule, which was and to meet near the mural, but it wasn't the mural that was as though it was a fascinating mural. But what was fascinating was that we were connecting us as a Black media network, and we were connecting with another Black network on the famous Greenwood Avenue, where it's parcels on the floor saying it was this business, that business, this business, that business. So how important is it to you that our truth be told on all platforms and all formats?
Well, it's extremely important. The reason why it is because when you think about the social race riot, as they call it, and first of all, riot. We already know it wasn't a riot, it was a massacre. That's one. Then there's been a lot of misinformation out here with regards to exactly what happened. And this misinformation, sometimes it was not intentional, but most of the time it was intentional. And we had no way to really tell our story because we did not control the media nationwide. Only in our small circle in Greenwood, Tulsa area, did people know the truth. But outside, no one knew anything. Then we fast forward to today, the media controls the narrative. And when it comes to us, being Black people, no matter where we are in the world, we're always portrayed in a negative manner. And the only way to fix that is not to take them to court and sue them for discrimination, racism, etc. We have to build our own, stop asking, stop begging, and build our own.
It's just the mentality of people.
Right, exactly. So that mentality is what prompted me to create our Black Truth. My attitude was we need to have our own space. So our Black Truth is essentially having our own nation in cyberspace.
What does that look like? Because we're how to say creatures of habit, and being one who I could go on my phone right now, I could tell you I scroll on Facebook and I'm quick to upload and on Facebook. Even at the same time, since I've been here, I've been feeling a certain type of way as well because there's things that I'm usually trying to upload and I don't know if it's getting flagged, but it's like not uploading and not rejecting. What does your platform provide?
Okay, our platform, first of all, provides all the features and functionality that you will get on any other platform out here. Plus, what we do is we allow you to earn revenue or income from your posts and your comments. Because on other platforms, you get likes and hearts and all that kind of stuff. But on our platform, you can earn money and you keep that money within the Black community on the platform. Because we try to make people tip other people. We suggest, if you see something that's informative, helpful, or entertaining, tip a content creator. So that's what we're doing. And that's one of the things that's different. In addition to our Black Truth is 100% Black owned. Therefore, we understand our culture because we are our culture. My brother and I mean, we're Black. We're African people. So we understand our people.
And I still, Mr. Michael, I just grab my phone right now. What do I do?
Okay, the first thing you do is if you have Android phone, you go to the Play Store. Or if you have an Apple device, then you go to the App Store and search for Our Black Truth. And then you click on Our Black Truth Social and download the social app.
And you'll also see another app that says video. So that's our equivalent of YouTube.
Okay. So how has the, how many people are on the platform right now?
More than 50,000. And that we actually officially launched last Monday.
Oh, wow.
So we've been getting people signing up every 30 seconds. Sometimes it's faster than that, sometimes a little slower, but yeah, we have about 50,000.
So where do you see our, our Black truth going within the next 5 years?
Okay, well, our goal is 2 million by summer, and then in 24 months, 200 million. We have the support of a lot of prominent people on the continent of Africa, as well as celebrities, athletes, and a bunch of business people here in the Americas as well. So reaching that 200 million mark is absolutely global for us within the first 24 months.
How has your company been, of course, in this couple of days of this Antonio event for the massacre of the Black Tulsa Race Massacre? How has your platform been involved in this situation right here?
Well, a lot of people that we've encountered, they've all experienced being censored on Facebook, YouTube, and other platforms. So it's a pretty easy discussion because when they come over to us and they ask, what do we do? And we tell them, everyone says, oh, I've been censored, or I've seen someone in Facebook jail, all those kinds of stories. We have tons of stories. So we started interviewing people about their stories. And now we have all this content regarding people who've been censored and all that. So it pretty much sells itself to our people because
Everyone can relate.
yeah, everyone can relate.
So the question I've been asking everyone to wrap up my interview is, if you could put something in a time capsule where 100 years later someone gets to open it, what would you put in there, Mr. Michael?
Well, I'll put in there. You better not be begging and pleading for anything. Or I'm gonna come back and haunt you. Right? But let me tell you, I expect this platform to be around forever because it's the first of its kind, and we're actually archiving all this content from our culture, on the continent and in the diaspora. And with the experience that we have, we know exactly how to archive everything permanently. And that's what we're doing. We're creating a centralized repository of all of our history. In addition to bringing all of us together collectively and being the gateway into the community.
Mr. Michael, it was such a pleasure speaking with you. Being us, Soul City, as the Black Media Network, you are Black Truth, being Black owned as well, and here we are in the legendary Greenwood Business District, which is the Black Wall Street. I see all these connections being the future. How do you see reconciliation and reparations?
Let's see reparations for us, as people. First of all, we have to come together as a people in order to get reparations. We're still too divided to fight and go in one direction because it's not going to be given to us. We're going to have to fight every which way possible. We have to join together. We have to vote. And in front of voting, we need to make sure that we get our economic empowerment together because it's all about money when it comes to getting your rights. So we as a people, collectively, we have enough to get started, but we just need to pull our resources. And when we pull our resources, then I believe we can get reparations.
All right, there's their stories and then there's our truth. So it was a pleasure, Mr. Michael, having you here with us today on this 100th centennial anniversary. So stay tuned. I told you we have amazing people coming through and putting information out there, inspiring you and putting you on to new things. So just when you think you didn't know where you could go to support Black or find something Black socially or find a Black social platform where you could invest your time, your money, and get paid at the same time. We are here in the legendary business district of Greenwood, putting you on, letting you know that Black Wall Street is still in effect and we are rising to the top. So stay tuned. We got so much more coming. I'm your host, the Urban Cinderella.
4, 3, 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the Centennial. Woo, the innocence is like, get it together, girl. Now, let's say, welcome back, welcome back. This is the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, better known as the Business District of Greenwood, nicknamed by Booker T. Washington as the Black Wall Street. And one thing I'm starting to find with everybody that I run into in Greenwood recently is they have a lot going on. Like black people got a lot going on in Greenwood. Nobody's wearing one hat, even when they're not wearing a hat. So I'm gonna bring you Mr. Marlon Ladd, who is I got 5 fingers. I'm gonna let him do the rest with the rest of his fingers. An actor, an activist, a father, a husband, a movie star, college professor,
Former law enforcement.
former law enforcement. Welcome to Greenwood, where black people are just doing amazing things from back then and now. So what brings you to Tulsa? Do you live here?
I live in Oklahoma City. So I'm a filmmaker. I did a short film about the Tulsa Massacre called Tulsa Massacre. So I am trying to get funds together to do a feature film. Not a documentary. A narrative feature film. That's what we need. We do need a documentary, but the documentaries are not going to have the same effect as a feature film.
What effect are you trying to put out in the film that you do not feel that all the documentaries, I mean, a few movies, there's a lot of stuff out. So what do you feel like what you're gonna do brings to the table that the other projects have?
So let's talk about documentaries first. So everybody doesn't watch documentaries. So you're talking about reaching the masses across the world. They watch movies. So there's a reason why Black Panther made over $1 billion. Now, if you think about that, that was probably the first time on that kind of budget that we had so much diversity for Black people in the street. That they did and stereotypes about African Americans changed everything. And that's just an example of what movies can do. Now, there are a lot of stories about Black Wall Street and Greenwood and things like that, but they all kind of run on the same path. This is a massacre, burned the place down, reparations. Forgetting the really important part of the story, which is Black Wall Street, which is entrepreneurs, the doctors, the attorneys, all the business owners, this community that was thriving during Jim Crow segregation, which, they told Black people, hey, you can go over there, you can't come in this town, you can't be in this town past 10 o'clock, you can't work here, you can't do all that stuff. So they said, okay, we're going to take this land that nobody wants over here, and we're going to build it up and make it the most successful Black community in America.
Is that what inspired you to turn it into a movie?
Yes, that, and then the other stories, because so my dad was a history professor. So when you look beyond the text of what happened in Greenwood, you forget about the heroes. You forget that the Black man went to the jailhouse to protect the girl. They said, we're not going to let you get it. Right? They went twice. Okay. Even when they were outnumbered, they were still fighting. And that's what Black people in this country have done since I was just talking about this outside. It's like, since we got here, slavery, right? They separated us from people that spoke our own language. Slaves didn't know when they were born, their birthday. Sometimes they didn't know their parents. They were immediately taken from their parents. So they tried to steal us. They wouldn't allow us to live right. We survived. We survived. We are still here. Now, who else can say that they have been through everything that Black people have been through and are still here? And so that's the story that nobody else has told. Like, there are so many heroes that were in Greenwood that people don't even know about. Like, they throw out names sometimes, but they don't even really know. They don't know what actually fighting for their survival. They know that people made it out and they try to extradite them and bring them back so that they can hang them. They don't know those stories. I do.
How did you find out about those stories?
Looking beyond the text.
doing like serious research. You know, because I know, just looking at the story and just knowing who we are, I always know that there's no peace. So even when you know, slavery, right? One of my earliest heroes was that right? We learned that in school. I learned it. And I was like, see, they don't want us to know these things. Because if we can see that we have always stood up against oppression, hatred, racism, you know, then what does that mean for today's generation? It gives you inspiration. It gives you motivation. It lets you know that you're not
Since you want to buy this script and you want to do this movie, and Greenwood had their own movie theater, and they would talk about Nat Turner, and I have a friend, that's my friend, that I grew up with as a child. He was one of the ones who wrote The Birth of a Nation, right? But then that movie not only got bought by the big network, but also when it was playing in the movie theaters, there was a lot of giving that caused it to not go as far as everybody was intending for that movie to go. So where do you see, as far as like this, we don't have where we're saying we have natural theaters where these kind of movies could play and get the reception that I'm sure you would get. During the movement Tulsa and Black Panther was one of those movies where I don't know how to remake or if you can compare it to other movies, but I don't want to take anything from other movies either because I feel like any movie that we do is great, especially when it really tells our story. So how do you intend to kind of like get past all that red tape and red money to bring out a movie that might be very interesting and truthful to our being, but the powers that be can
But see,
see.
and see, that's another issue that we need to address is the powers that be, the ones that control what we see. We got to stop that. One of the things that I'm upset about is like we have all these, you know, great actors that have been up in Hollywood, they're famous actors, they're great actors. But look at what Tyler Perry has done compared to what Denzel has done. Denzel still has to go to somebody and ask them if we can do a movie. Would you bring like this movie? Of course he did. Denzel, so they'll say yes. But how many black people are there? How many black producers, executive producers, directors? How many black people in the cast? He doesn't have control over that. Tyler Perry does. So what we need is more people doing what Tyler Perry is doing. Now, even if we don't have that, what we have to understand as black people is that when we like stuff, everybody else likes it. Right?
And so see, this is what we do. This is what we're bringing attention to. Even you as a black man, we're here, we're all together. How can we all take the blueprint of Greenwood and apply it to our lives for the next 100 years that 100 years from now, this conversation has birthed a new nation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a little complicated, but I think the more that we can get our stories out, the more we can reach people. Because education is important. So what people don't understand is that we were told, you know, back in the 20s and 30s, it was like this assimilation, right? The closer you are to white, the closer you are to black. And so, you know, with the terms in our hair and stuff like that. But what we came to realize is that they still didn't accept this, right? And so then you have the 70s where we're like, how we're going to wear our hair, how it is, right? And so we have to continue to be ourselves. We have to continue to understand that, you know, we have power in the things that we do. And, you know, stop getting into this Americanization of you got to keep up with the Joneses, right? If you make more money, then you move to a white neighborhood where they have good private schools, so you can go to a good predominantly white college. No, we need to support our HBCUs. So I guess probably 20 years ago or so, when Greg was playing in the NBA, he gave like $3 million or something like that to the person. And at the time, I was thinking, why are you giving that money to do? They're the last university that needs some money. Why don't you give that money to some HBCUs? And if we had more people doing those kind of things, then we would have more resources. We have more resources. We have more education. Do things like recreate.
I believe that this conversation and why we're here and on the 100th anniversary is not to talk about what others have done or what wasn't done, but how do we move forward now? Like, you want to do a movie. So what do we need to do as a collective to make that happen? There used to be a movie theater here, but I'm suggesting that it's we come back, like, where do we, like, my whole platform in this moment is where do we go from here?
We have to support each other. We have to look at things that we do. Put our money behind. You know, our money doesn't stay in our own, right? So we see something that's working well, put your money towards it. Like we spend money on all kinds of stuff. We spend money on cars, we spend money on movies. We throw our money away a lot, but we don't understand the importance of supporting what we're trying to do as a collective. We need more Black banks, right? We need more Black movies. We need more Black everything. And so we have to understand that as a people. But what's happened is we've been given little pieces, and what happens is we compete for those little pieces, right? And so we're not thinking about it as a community, we're thinking about it as I made it, or I made it, or I'm doing this, and so I'm special because I made it. And we have to bring others up behind us, and they have to do it. So that's my advice, and I think that's the only way to do it. How they did Black Wall Street was O.W. Gurley and J.B. Stratford. They bought up a bunch of land. They only sold it to African Americans.
We just, I don't know if you met her, the descendant of, Stafford, just left here.
Oh, wait, what's her name?
Lavelle,
Lori,
Lawrence,
Laurel Stratford.
Lawrence Stafford, she just left.
I was supposed to meet her. Yes. I mean, her, I don't know if it was her great grandfather or who it was, but he was amazing. Like, he is one of the people I'm going to focus on in the film because he fought to the very end. You know, you had some people that were, you know, people might call them radical, they weren't radical. He was one of the main.
And that's, and I mean, there's so much stuff to learn here, where I was, like you said, I was stuck in the tent. So it was a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Vaughn, and I continue to much success with your movie, and maybe one day soon we can come back to Greenwood, and there's a Black movie theater that I'll be able to show all these Black movies. And we
You
can
put it
do
out there, so it's gonna happen.
I mean, that's all we could do at this point. Like I said, all we can do is rise to these ashes, and that's what I'm looking forward to see for the young people in Tulsa, for the Greenwoods all over the world, so that way, as a Black community, as a Black race, that we rise and we get what the ancestors are literally leaving to us to really left us the blueprint, so now all we gotta do is just rebuild.
Yes, they fought and died for it. Yes, thank you, man.
With everything.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I am the Urban Cinderella. This is Soul City Network, and we are here at the legendary Greenwood Business District and Tulsa, Oklahoma, celebrating the centennial anniversary of the Tulsa Race War Massacre. But there's so many amazing things happening, amazing people doing amazing things to continue to support. We getting Black 100 years from now. It's the moment.
He's up here running. Here we go. 5, 4, 3. Oh, 8 seconds. Yeah, okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome again, you guys. We are broadcasting from the legendary Greenwood Business District at the Greenwood Gallery. This is Social Media Networks bringing you this amazing broadcast. I've been talking a lot, and I wanted to give a shout out to Tara Renee for the African American Women in Cinema platform that she was honoring some amazing people, and the fact that she put this amazing thing together, I wanted to make sure I took the time out to tell her thank you for being so productive, thank you for being so forward thinking, and continue to do what she's doing, especially in an event like this, in a time like this. And like you said, God said your life is about to change. My life is about to change. It is changing right now. So I'm going to do this for the young one, and then I'm going to get to my age. So when it comes to the music industry, there's groupies, there's jump balls, and then there's the wife. So right now, we are with the wife of the one and only member of the Gap Band, Mr. Ronnie Wilson. But today, we're talking to Mrs. Priscilla. How are you doing today, beautiful? And thank you so much for joining us on this centennial anniversary, this legendary and honorable day. It's such an honor to have you here. And thank you for letting me be a third interview. Thank you. Ever. Thank you for having me. You look beautiful. So what was it like? A lot of people don't even know that the Gap Band came from here, right?
I think a lot of people do know that it originated here. At the time, Ronnie was playing with other bands. And when they got started as Gap Band, and I was sewing, I used to make his uniform. And he performed then at that time before they really got famous. But it was just a high time in Tulsa, and they played all the major clubs around. I was one of the background singers. But when we got married, we weren't married at first. But when I got married to him, then I found out about the jealousy, and then I was the first one that had to quit. So
I took my singing to church.
Oh man, oh man. So what is it like being like? Cause you say a lot of jealousy. It was, I mean, I can see the music industry now. I may not have been back then to see it, but I can see it now. And just your essence alone, I can feel from you the joy and the beauty of who you are as a person. What was the hardest part dating a music, an upcoming musician in a time as hot as Tulsa was?
Well, I can say that musicians are temperamental, and they have extreme highs and extreme lows. And we have three adult sons, and so I'm dealing with that same thing. So understanding their temperaments and the moods and stuff. And usually, Ronnie was always joyful, very joyful, and he was always really creative, really creative. And I remember even when our third son was born, Casey, he wrote this song. It was called Casey, Daddy's Little Baby. And not too long ago, we sang that in the hospital. And it brought tears to both of them because it brought them memories. And you have good memories as you grow older. When you start, and Ronnie's whole dream back then, before Gap Band came into existence, was waiting on Charlie and Robert Lynn to grow up so that he could have this band with his brothers. And Ronnie was extremely musical and had knowledge and all of that. It was amazing. It really was. It was inspiring too, because I love music.
I was just about to ask when you said that he made the song for your youngest son. I was gonna say, so when you do get mad, like when you do get mad at him, do he get you mad at with the song?
No, it didn't work. So it didn't work. No, that wasn't me. God, I said, I don't know what all was going through his mind, but no, it didn't. Drop the bomb wasn't on me.
So let's talk about it, drop the bomb, because this is a centennial anniversary. So how did drop the bomb come to be, and what is the story behind it?
Well, the story that I know has nothing about to do with Centennial or Tulsa, those disparate things. It's by a young woman and some confusion. I'm not sure if it was Charlie or Ronnie or Robin Lee, but it was somebody else. And they dropped a bomb on him, and they were just discouraged because there was a separation in so far as the relationship.
How was dating like back then?
Dating was really crazy because back then people weren't treating each other. They would just go from one person to the next.
And it's kind of like that still.
Probably worse.
I don't know.
I think it has to do with how they were brought up and what was instilled in them by their parents, emotionally and physically, all of that, because training is important. That's why the Bible says, train up a child in the way it should go. So even when they get away from God and they're seeking their own independence in life, they'll come back to it when they're older. So I've always tried to keep that principle because that's what my mother taught us.
So I don't know comparing to back then to now, but I know most artists now where they find like the pressure is not even if they were trained right, the pressure is more from the industry, giving them like this is what it's like to be this is what goes with this lifestyle. How are you able to maintain your sanity, raise your kids, and keep that integrity intact?
My roots and my grounding were in the Lord. And that's what kept me going from the beginning, because I've always written and I like to write and stuff. And so my job, I felt, was to pray, and I would write all of the band members' names and send them to all the churches I could for prayer to keep them solid, because there's so many things out there in life, the drugs, the alcohol, the everything, and that's the thing that happens in that industry. And so it's hard, and you just have to stay strong and keep your principles and don't move. Say, come hell with hot water. Don't let nothing change your mind. You have a right mindset. Stick with it. And so that was my principle, to stay with what I knew that my mother taught me. And I was not budging. I don't care what was going on. I tell my kids, if a gun is pointed at your head, don't you move. You stick with the principles that you know to be true and right. So there's just a lot about growing up, watching the changes that happened before the Gap Band became very, very popular.
and their songs are more popular overseas than in the United States.
Yeah, a lot of artists experience that. What was your favorite song?
You are my high. And still is. Charlie sang that we renewed our vows, we've been married 16 years. And Charlie sang that at our vow renewal. And one of my favorite moments actually was in Paris. That's when I met Michael Jackson. And he was there and he was above me because, they don't have big venues back then. I don't know what they have now. But back then, they didn't have those great big venues. And he was like third level up. And he was hectic. And I met him when he finally came downstairs. But that was the precious moment in my life that Gap Band was there in Paris and they were performing in a lot of little different little venues over in Europe. It was really fun.
When you look back at those memories and then you see where we are now, and what does it do to your heart? What does it do to your spirit?
Oh, I think of the legacy and we're from here and all of this is part of it. And then we have 3 adult sons who have done Gap Band reviews. And it's like their shows were really good. And it's like it just took me back because it was like that was their dad again, because you couldn't tell the difference because they look like them. And so I just have hope that things will continue, that the history will go on, the legacy will go on, and that they will bring joy to even their children and their children's children. Because even my grandchildren are musical too. Yeah, like
The range, yeah.
So it's been passed down. And so, and even my siblings, Charlie's kids and Loretta's kids, they're all musical. So it's a musical family.
So what's the song you dislike the most?
I didn't dislike anything. They always wrote really, really good music. And I can't even remember some of the names of the songs that were in the can. But the songs that they did, You Are My High, Yearning for Your Love, yeah. Party Train, since as a young girl, I was a party animal too. Yeah, and so, it was just fun. And I've always sang, been in choirs and Bishop College Choir. That's where I first went to college. And we traveled all over the East Coast, singing in churches and, different venues that we were in. And I love singing. So music is just a part of us. And my family, the Griffin family, my brother Don, my sister Annette, and my sister Laverne, my mother Maxine, she's gone on to glory. We all sang around in churches all over Tulsa. And my Aunt Laverne and our families, we just came together and we were out singing gospel songs. So music is just all around us and always has been.
You ever had dreams of being a solo artist by yourself?
No.
Inspiration to sing?
No, because I was too busy trying to be a mom and and my career, because I started a business of my own when I first came back from California to here. And it was a little boutique that I had that was home-based. And it's called My Faith. And it stands for Messiah and I, Faith and Initiative through Him. And I just make things. And I love to make things. And I'm busy. I sew with it. I'm not one of those real entrepreneurs.
You are real good. You are incredible. You made it to 100th anniversary. You survived. So you are great. Okay, that's how I'm gonna start. Everyone to stop not announcing your greatness into a tool. Okay, you are great, Mr. What now when you see Greenwood, like everybody out here right now, like what is the future of music look like for you?
I think it's great. There's so much opportunity out there. And my prayer is that we will grasp that and not be passive about it, but grasp and take hold and don't have a missed opportunity, but blossom. In 2 years, look at all the things that are around us. The only thing that existed that I remember when I was a little girl was the U-Haul. Everything else they have built and refurbished that's around here. It's beautification. So I believe that Tulsa is growing, people are growing, it's out there in the air, now it just needs to catch on fire. And that's what I believe. My grandfather had a store on the other end of Greenwood. And that he was an entrepreneur. Where's confectionery? And it was right across the street from the rest. And we used to live right down the street when I was a little bit.
So when you see the black on the floor, what is disturbing? Does it make you angry? Does it make you sad? Does it make you hopeful? Like, do you feel something lost in the matrix? Like, what does the child, when you walk by the sidewalk and you see all those blacks on the floor?
When I see them now, I look at them with hope and encouragement because those are the people that laid foundations for us to continue because they are the foundation of what we're experiencing now. That there's been a lot of delays, but I think that we still going to make progress and move forward. I really do. They are the history. They are the ancestors of what we are living. They put down the heart of everything. That's the heart of it to me. So that's how I feel about it. And I do believe in progress. And I think we are striving for that. And I look forward to it. And that's what I pray for. That the whole history, the heritage, because it's rich.
If you feel like if you could put something in a time capsule that 100 years later we would open up, what would it be?
I would put it in a signet. Come that Jesus is Lord. I really, that's something just that to me because Jesus is the reason that we are able to hold on and keep moving in spite of what happened. And it's hard. It's heart-wrenching. But we still have opportunity. And we just can't miss it this time. We gotta grab it and let Queen Mother says, get your check.
Go get your money, girl. Go get your money, girl. So what more can we say? Thank you so much for this is an honor, and I trust and I believe what the word says that God says to you that your life is your life has already changed. You changing lives around you. So continue to feel blessing, continue to be inspiring, and this is Soul City Network, and we are at the legendary